Good morning. Sorry, was getting a shader together here for the lights. Well, everything that glows, really. Yeah. So we're gonna disable this. Come in here, drop the lit player, and we're gonna do a hash include glow. Actually, we're not. It's not going to be in this. It's actually going to be its own sprite 2D. So we're going to add a child of a sprite 2D. This, by the way, is us working around the texture issue. We're going to do a new gradient texture. Right? We can just delete that. We're going to call this a point light. And we're not going to put it in this folder. We're going to put it in asset shaders. It's not a shader include, it is a shader. And we're going to open this point light shader. Do a hash include on it. This is going to include glow. We're going to do under fragment, we're going to do color is equal to glow, which takes in UV and color. And then it needs like a hint texture. Do I not have that set up? There's intensity. Does glow not have uniform sampler 2D screen texture? There we go. Okay. Don't know what that was about. Probably has a lot to do with, also, this is not UV. This is screen UV. And our texture. We'll quick load in the playfield PNG. You know what we can do? And open the Steam, open a sprite real quick. Gotta check something on one of my other screens real fast. And then we're just going to do save this off as a square.png. Right now what we're doing is we're working on overriding the light limit in Godot. So by default, Godot has a 16 lights affecting a single node light limit. This should work around that by setting up the node on its own, because it won't be a light anymore. Will just be, I think it's this one. Yep. And then this will just be determined by its shape. So let's go over to game. We'll hide the card swap real quick. And we'll drop a virtues in. That's right. So this is being affected because it's actually is shaded. Shit. That makes sense though. All right. So that should give us our correct. We can drop the intensity down a good bit. And then we can go over to game again. Good. That kind of gives us what we want. Now, we'll modify this image. And what we want probably is a gradient fill. Circle, no dithering. We're going to go from here probably down to there. Actually, what we can do is we can do G and Shift G, new layer. Do this to transparent. Well, we want white to transparent. And then, right, and then we can go down here and disable this one. Save it. Back in here. And we need to go over to the virtues. Up the intensity a good bit, and then if we go back over to game, we'll go over here real quick and where is we'll go ahead and put this in front of all of this. That looks better. We'll set it to 5. And that does it, I think. And then we can just add this point light shader on to anything. We'll save this off as its own scene. All right, we'll save this as a like point light scene. Or, we can't do that. We'll have to add this individually. So let's call it point light. Go ahead and delete that one. Move this up here. And then we will real fast copy it. The nice thing is that most of our angels are about the same. So we can delete that. And now we should be able to check and see if it worked. We'll be able to see it pretty good now. Oh. Forgot to show the actual, first off. That should be deleted. And then that needs to be shown. I should just make that part of the level master to automatically show that, but for now, this is fine. All right. So that should override. Should give us like a decent looking map. That's not so bad. Should lower the intensity. It's a little intense. But it looks pretty good. And we should change it from like a yellow to like a glow hue. We should golden hue. So let's go close that, close this, close this, close that, that. I must have closed it fully. Didn't mean to close this one. Alright. So now, go in here. Material, shader material, parameters. I got 3. 1. Okay, let's see what that looks like. It is hard to tell in this. Should maybe create a light test scene. And that looks pretty good. Right, okay. So now let's go into the shader editor. That's the lip player shader. Card, no. Glow, no. Point light. This guy. So we pass in screen UV and color. Instead of color, we're gonna do a uniform vec4 called color. And then can't remember what the hint types are for this, so give me a moment. Go ahead and just do this in this browser. I have so many browser windows open. There's been so many projects going on. Hint color Godot 4. Yeah. So, colon, source underscore color. Cool. Now this will let us set our color correctly. So we can go in here and we'll just like take up a nice gold color, right? That looks cool. That might mean something slightly different than what I expect. I don't know that profile picture. Yep, that's a new profile to me. Cool. Oh, they're a Frankfurt game dev. Give me a moment. I gotta take care of something. Real quick, want to open that, make sure it's the correct one. Alright. Switch cases. Uniform hints. So we can pass this in, but Vec 4, and then we'll do our color.g. There's probably a better way to do this, but I don't know what it is. Color.b, and then opposite of what I wanted. So we want color alpha. We want lowercase color. And then down here, we pass in color. I am confused because that should no longer be a square. And it's not. Screen texture UV. Color and color.alpha. Oh, so it is just what I thought. Oh, color dot RGB. Real quick, let's Now I'm curious as to why that's a square. I didn't really change much, which is why that's confusing. There's no exception for a single card. But I think it'll still spawn it. Well, that'll be something we fix today then. I know we're not factoring in distance, but it shouldn't matter that we're not. Yeah, see? Why are you the way you are? Let's remove the multiplication of the intensity value. I know that that'll be needed in the final version. In fact, we're gonna do this in kind of a different way. We're gonna do it that way. What's extra weird is, like, that does what I expect it to. But if I run this, it doesn't look right. Actually, it doesn't look too bad. Like, it's not totally correct, but it doesn't look bad. That's where it's wrong. Let me see if I understand this shader right. Well, that's interesting. Well, not yet, but now it's interesting. So let's do smooth step 1 to 0 over Wait a second. Now we get a gradient. That's interesting. Sort of. Yeah, this is a gradient. But why is this wrong? It's actually very similar to what we're doing here. In fact, I think it's almost identical to what we're doing here. If I change this from point light, glowing particle, change this from that to a linear fill, full white, lower your intensity and decrease that actually might look a little better. And then we can just create an alternate pattern. does that look? Well, obviously it's at the edges, but how does that look overall? Okay, so let's open what if I say screen? This will probably break other stuff, but I don't care. And then we're going to quick load in the play field. And then if I say this used to be an animated shader that kind of pulsated. That kind of does what I'm expecting it to. Okay, that's pretty close to what I was wanting from this shader. Let's full screen these. What is the difference? Aside from the whole distance thing. Oh, let's look into... Oh, this is going to be a pain in the ass. It's not, but it is. I understand what he's doing. So he's using his own canvas layer and then setting the position of all the lights. Okay. This is going to be something I do later. This will be an off-stream thing, because this will be a lot to deal with. So for now, we'll hold down Control Z So hopefully it figures its way back, and it doesn't. That's okay. We can delete that point light. We can go into the virtues. Get rid of this sprite 2D. Turn that point light back on, just copy this, and we'll paste it into the thrones for now. That's okay. Oh, man. Kind of hoping that would have been easier than it is. But that's whatever. I'll do it this weekend or tonight or something. Probably not this weekend, actually. It's a fucking busy weekend. It's a very busy weekend. Let's go ahead and go. Mark this real fast. Where is that list item? Camera balancing. I don't have it? Question mark? That's okay. We're gonna go ahead and do this. Add the one exception, the one card exception for the card layout. Didn't mean to do that. It's an easy fix to do too. We need, I think it's the card catalog. We want its script. Yeah, this guy, I'm manually laying the cards out now so that we can animate them correctly. So I need to update that so that it handles one card. Right now it handles odd cards, even cards, and we'll put this in an else if. This needs cleaned up too. Basically, we just place the center card. Yeah, that should handle it. We'll test that real quick, make sure it works. The whole point of this is test it with one card. Still nothing. Why? I understand that you gave an index out of bounds error, but why? That would be why. I'm an idiot. Easy fix. Closer. Need to adjust the placement position. Weird that this works. We'll clean that up after this and add that to our to-do list too. The card's 128 pixels wide. And that was too far. The fuck? Oh, interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. They're checking a really large range for their height. If we just do that, it shouldn't be in the center. Like, the corner should be in the center. Yeah, okay. So that should be minus 128 divided by 2. Okay. I'm going to create a variable called card width. And we're going to start setting this up. So we're going to do export public int card width get set. This is 128. We can actually grab this. I will real quick write this out so that I can see what the hell that is. I think that that's right though. So we're going to start cleaning. Did a very big blog post today on itch. $12.80. Okay, cool. Yep, so that's correct. That saves us if we ever like update the screen width. That'll change it for us. Card width divided by 2. We'll go through here and we'll adjust what we need to. I need to check this now because that doesn't make sense to me. This doesn't make sense to me. We're going to add 3 cards. That should give us the correct 2, 3. But it does. It does it correctly. Why does that work? These are the same position. Card models.length would be 3. Divide 3 by 2. Just double check myself, make sure I'm not fucking this up. 3 divided by 2. And then we are flooring that, so we're cutting the decimal off, so that's 1. So then we add 1, so that's 2. Yeah. So the card we'd be working with would be card 2. Oh, Card 1 would be correct. I'm betting if I... Card 1 should be the one it's working with. So... Knight should be in the center. Gravedigger's in the center. Knight is offset. Okay. Let's real quick change that to minus. Okay, that's correct. We'll real quick just complete the wave for testing. And now we'll add 5 cards. And it's correct. Okay. Yeah, so I'm crazy. That's the problem. That's fine. Okay. So we need to pass in a center index for these two. So we need a place center card. It needs to take in the center index. And that's it. The center position's the same in both of them. The center index is the one thing that changes. And we can just move that up there, right? And then in this case, a center index is 0. And in this case, our center index is calculated, so we just pass in centered index. And then this is the function we're running. So we'll cut that out. Same thing up here. We'll just remove this. And then we'll go down and we'll create the method for placing the center card. Set cards. Yeah, cool. Private. Place center card. Card index. Like that. And void. Okay. That should let us do these two. Okay, so these are a little different. They use the same offset vector and the same initialized values. They need to take in the center index. So you need to take in the center index. You can calculate the center position. And then this is card width plus 8 in both cases. So a card width plus a margin. We will set up a margin up here. So we'll have like a public int that we export called margin. Not 128. That'd be quite intense. So they both have a start value. This one adds to placement. This one. Okay, so we do need two separate. So we need private void place left cards, and then private void place right cards. And then I think in both cases, yeah, we just declare a card variable outside of the for loop. So card. Our vector 2 of placement position is going to initialize to this. It needs to take in an int for card index, and its offset vec is going to be vector 2 offset equal to a new vector 2 of card width plus margin 0. Because we don't modify the Y value, we just do this offset. So offset, right? And then in both cases, it's going to be card index, but they do print different things. So go in here, grab these. Now we can we'll be simplifying this even further, but it's int for card index. So in this case, we do center index -1. But that doesn't matter for us too much. So card index, and then we've got our offset vec, which is offset just like that. They look really similar when you get down to it. Now, I could simplify this, I guess, a little bit further. The thing is this, in this case, has to happen before, and in this case has to happen after, I think. But that's fine. We'll simplify this further by calculating this initially and then not worrying about it again. So it'll also get used here. So in this case, we'll do place left cards, which is going to be center index -1. We will go ahead and our center position does change a little bit, doesn't it? It does, yeah. So we might have to pass in center. Center pause override equals vector 2.0 question mark. It's going to do that. Otherwise, we do need it to be the override. And we need this to happen in both of them. I do know. That'll never be true, yeah. Equal to null of type vector 2. What does vector 2 equate to? I guess we'll just have to pass it in. Glad I record this, because if I didn't, this could be very bad. fine. But up here, we do need to pass it in because it is different. Do that. And then right here, we'll call place right cards. And we'll pass in center index and center pause. One moment. I noticed number go up on other side of screen, so if number goes up, I have to look. Make sure it's not something important. Okay. Center pause is equal to, in this case, all right, so this is the other one. Yeah, so in this case we do that, but in this one, this is where we have to subtract card width divided by 2, comma 0. That. Center pause. And then place left, which takes center index -1 and that center position. And then this one, place right, center index +1 and center position. All right. I think that's correct. I think that cleans it up a good bit, assuming that this works, which we'll test now. And if it does, great. Also, we should just do this. And then only when it needs redefined, which is down here, do we redefine it. Right? I think that that's all correct. I think that'll work. Let's try it. First off, 1 card. Good. I don't think quit does anything yet. I should have it go call the scene manager and go back to the main menu. For now, the button's there, it's just not wired. Now we'll do an even number of cards. Good. No errors, good. And now let's check the other one. I think that I did all that correctly, but it's a lot, so I could have been wrong. See, was wrong. One card off. So, what's fucked up here? Yeah. I do think center position gets redefined here, doesn't it? That. Shit. And I don't think that I can do this, which is kind of what it's wanting. So, just to be sure, we'll check. Now I'm betting what happens. It works on odds, but not on evens. Yeah. So we've got it working on odds, but now sorry, one moment. If we do 2, yeah. We get this additional space. Shit. We can do... It's really only the right cards that get affected by this. You know what we can do? On this one, where we would add it later, we can subtract our offset vector. So we can do minus we can just add a bool offset center. And set it to false. So we can just do offset if offset center. Equals offset center. Question mark. It's true. We do center pause minus equals offset. And then, well, we don't do minus equals, we just do center pause. And then here we just do center pause if it's false. Instagram is hopping today. We're doing pretty good overall on that side of things. It's Tuesday and we've already upped our followers by 15. So that's cool. That's a good thing. Yeah, so then up here we just do comma true. And I'm betting we just need to move this down now. Or no, we leave it where it was. If we passed in the offset, we could make these just we just do a place cards function. Or place sides. Because the only difference between these now is what we're adding, technically. Because we could just add the negative. We do 2 cards. Good. Now if we do 3 cards, let's see if it places it. Also good. Exactly the way we expect. And everything plays off correctly. Cool. We do need to check up on these guys. Their targeting functions are still a little messed up. They're better than they were. They're still not great. Basically, I need to update these guys to use like a key exchange system. So they exchange a key with the grave to say, hey, are you a grave I can dig? And then they say yes or no. So on and so forth. But that should work. Cool. Now we can get rid of this big bunch of code up here. Like that. Right? And then make sure I did this right. Yeah. Now we can go one step further with this. Place offset cards. Takes in an int for the card index. A vector 2 for center, pause, it's vector to offset, and now we can do bool offset center. And then we're actually going to copy this one because it's closest. All right. So we've already got our offset. We need to know if we're offsetting the center or not. And then we just start adding our offset. So on these, we pass in a negative offset so we can subtract. So place left cards, we do negative offset, right? So let's go ahead and get the offset. And we'll go in here. We'll create vector to offset. On left cards, we do place offset cards. Our center index -1. Our center position. And then our offset is going to be negative offset. And then false, but we will default this to false. So that's not necessary, right? And now they're effectively doing the same thing. And true, right? So that, I think, will shrink us down to one method. And there we go. And we could even go a step further here and create just a place card method that took in a position for the card. It took in a card and a position and then just placed the card. All right? card dot model equals. Yeah, okay. So it would take in like this. It would take in a card model and then a position. Just the location it should place it. And that would shrink everything down a little further. So let's go ahead and test this now. One card. Still good. Makes sense. We didn't really change the one card method. But it should be important to check anyways. We should check all three. 2 cards. That's not quite right. Two cards. Let's look, place left card. Oh. Never mind. That does make sense, actually. And we would have had the same problem up there. That should fix that. Yay, indexing. Do 2 cards now. Closer. Still not quite right. else should have changed. Let's look. Card index, card index. Oh. This. We also need to pass in a upper bound. But on this one, we subtract. Could pass in a funk. Damn. We could take the center, divide the number of cards we have by 2, and floor it. Multiply our negative offset by that number. And then just loop through all the cards once. Right? So we could do... We have the center position. We know how many cards we have. In this case, we only have 1, so we don't care. But in this case, we'd have more than 1, right? And we'd have an odd number. So this tells us what our centermost card index is. I don't think we'd have to floor. I think we would just do offset times equals negative center index so offset would equal a new vector 2 of card width plus margin times negative center index, comma 0. think that's right. And then we would just do this. We'd start at 0 and we go to the card length. All right. Let's go ahead and this is for odd number cards. Let's test this. I think this will work. I think. The only thing I'm not sure about is I don't think we have to floor it to an int. Yeah, we shouldn't floor it to an int. And we should keep that as a float. Negative. Okay. I think that that's right. Let's try with an odd number of cards and see what happens. We'll do 3. Then after this, I'm going to run, after this test, I'm going to run to the restroom. That's close. That's close. It's not quite what I want, but it is close. I also think it did it in a weird order, because I think I selected Gravedigger Knight Mage. Plus equals offset. Offset is equal. Ooh. Sorry. No. Center position should equal this. So center position should equal this, and then offset should just be that, because then we're adding it. Center pause minus that, right? Yeah. Let's try that again. Real fast. Okay, that's wrong, but wrong in the opposite direction. The card order's right this time. That also looks surprisingly good behind the grave. Misplaced negative sign. Closer. That's still wrong. I have 2 cards. That's going to be 1 for the center index. I'll be right back. I'm going to run to the restroom, and I will continue working on that whenever I get back. All right. Let's see. Minus half a card. Just out of curiosity, does that do it? I think it will. I think that's our issue. No. Why did you place that one there? So it should be 1.5. Center index is only in this one. So 1.5 times the card width plus the margin. So this would be like 1280 divided by 2 minus 136. Yeah. Ah, 640, 136 times 1.5. So 204. So it would be 640 minus 204. 436. And then if we check here, $440. Just about what that is. I think these only have a 4 margin and we're doing 8. Or no, these might have... I did my math right? Yeah, okay. $640 minus 128 divided by 2. Jesus. 64. So 640 minus 64. 576. That makes sense. Just don't quite understand how we're getting to 440. Whatever. Originally this was an H box and now it's not. Now it's just kind of a loose control. Okay, so we need to subtract an additional card width. So do I just need to do the card width? Then, instead of the... I think that's... I think I have to... no, that should be add. Ugh. I've either had too much caffeine or not enough. I'm not sure which. Okay, that was right. So now, I think I can just do this loosely. Like, this takes care of both cases. right? So even cards are going to be the same thing. Okay, so now let's try even cards. We'll do 4. That might give us what we need. Hey, cool. And they're in the right order. Cool. So that means we just have this one else function. Get rid of this else if, that doesn't matter. And I think this will work for a single card too. So let's try that. We don't have a center index anymore. I guess we do. Let's try a single card. I think that'll still work. Close. So that would be 136 plus 128 divided plus 64 times 0.5 should put us at 100. So we would subtract 100 from our 640. So 640 minus 100 is 540, which is what? So that's at 576. That's at 440. So if we set this to 540, you know what, we'll keep our place-centered cards method around, and then otherwise we'll do this. We can do this. We can do it. We take this. We're going to get rid of this function. We're going to get rid of this function. We're going to get rid of this function. And we're just going to do private void place cards. Paste it in here. We're we're going to take in a vector 2 for center position and a vector 2 for offset. And then we just loop over it like that. And then up here, we call place cards. We pass in center pause and we pass in offset. Offset is just this. But we'll keep it just so we can see our calculations easier. That is just this function. All right. And then up here, we just do place cards, center pause, and then vector 2.0. It would work fine for this. I think that'll work. I think that'll do it. Not quite right. Ah. We need to add the or subtract. We need to subtract half a card width. So center pause minus equals new vector 2 card width divided by 2, 0. Right. And we can do the same thing up here. Get rid of this bit. There's no reason to do it. And then they effectively are just subtracting different offsets. I think that'll do. Because there I was effectively just telling it to place it perfectly. Cool. That works. Right, so now we can get rid of the center cards thing. That simplifies this down a lot. Makes it fittable on one screen. Really nice. Yeah. Yeah. Does this need recalculated every time? That doesn't, and that doesn't. So we can actually do this. Scroll up here. Create private. There'll be private vector 2s. And then we'll go like this. And then in ready, we'll set these up. Right? So now they just exist. No need for the whole recalculation thing every single time we call set cards. None of that. Cool. Cool. Center pause does need reset each time. Center pause needs reset because we actually subtract equal it here. We could just, actually, let's do that. And then instead of minus equals, we'll just do minus. And then put this in the function call. All right, so we can do that. And then same thing up here. This is going to make this function call kind of ugly. Now, let's see what parts of this don't change from time to time. Card width plus margin's not going to change. Plus card width divided by 2. This is the only bit that's changing each time. So we'll call that like multi-card offset, and that's just a floating point value. So private float multi-card offset. We'll set it equal to this. And then in here, multi-card offset is equal to that. This is also a thing that we don't need to recalculate every time. Like half card width is used twice here. But that's like optimization for optimization's sake. It doesn't matter. So we can get rid of this. But this does change each time. So we do need the multi-card offset. And then, yeah, that cleans that up a lot. Gets rid of a significant portion. This does need calculated each time though, because the number of cards changes. Check this over here real quick. That's bright. Wow, our stream summary for yesterday was actually pretty good. Thought I'd check the Gilded Goose email real quick. All right. So that's all working and that's cleaned up. Really nice for us. So we'll also add that to the list of things we did. Make it work, make it better later. All right. So debating on whether I want to do it or not because I feel so tired right now. I guess we'll do this next. Yeah. We'll do this next. I have some camera shake code that I can quite literally just pull in. I just need to make sure we offset the camera initially. Otherwise things are going to be fucked. So let's go ahead and do this. We'll update the grave targeting function so that the grave diggers exchange keys. So we're going to create a public string key. And its ready function, that key is going to be its name. They all have unique names. What does get hash code return? Oh, it's just a default hashing function. That's kind of nice. Name. And then in our gravedigger, well, first off, we need to go into utilities. We pass in the gravedigger, I think, here somewhere. Where is it? Get random, get nearest grave this. There's only one call to this, and it's an entity, so we can take in the entity. Actually, we can even say it's a gravedigger. Well, no, we can't. We can say it's an entity. Gravedigger equals this grave as a gravedigger. And then in here we can do grave is null, targeted is true. Gravedigger dot key. We're gonna say key. You're gonna have a key. I don't care. Okay. Now I'm gonna go ahead and pin these so I don't lose them. And then gravedigger has a key. grave should not be able to set the key, so this will be a private set. So we shouldn't set the key on the grave ever. Now, in here, and we're going to do this with an OR. Dot key is equal to value dot key. So if they have the same key, then we set the grave equal to that one and set its distance. Now, if the grave is not null, grave.target is true, grave.digger name is equal to digger, and gravedigger.key is equal to key. Now, if the grave does not equal real quick, we should do this before here. If grave.key does not equal gravedigger.key. Be easier to store these in a dictionary. I think this is the only place this is used too. So I could very easily do this and then tell it to store the name as the key. I think we can do that. I don't know that anything uses that either. No references. Yeah, so nothing uses this function. We can get rid of it. Which means I can do... You can look at this. Here's the command parser. This. And utilities. Move that up there. And then we can just do dictionary of string to grave spawn points and then in here we'll just equal this to a new empty dictionary, right? And then down here we'll do for each grave in cast to grave, we'll do spawn points dot add, and we just need the grave dot name and the grave. values. And then do if the grave.key does not equal the gravedigger.key, because we've not reset the gravedigger.key yet, we can do grave container dot spawn dot instance dot spawn points gravedigger.key. And then we do old.targeted equal to false. Old dot digger name is equal to that, right? And then down here, we already know do this real quick. That way we can retarget graves and it's fine. And we still shouldn't target ones that we don't know. And then I need to look at the gravedigger key. Yeah. So we should set this equal to something. Like an empty string is fine. We'll set it to not a valid grave. That'll work. I'm gonna run to the restroom. Maybe it's 12:45. I don't know that I'll make another pot of coffee. But either way, I'll be right back. All right. Let's see. Hopefully this will work. We'll grab just some gravediggers and some spells. We'll grab Firebolt and Fireball. Ah, that's right. This. There was something I was forgetting. Well, that's off. Should look at that. Well, now they're not targeting anything. Ah. That does propose a predicament, doesn't it? Try get value. We're gonna pass in the Gravedigger key. There we go. Also, gotta uncheck that because we'll have to look at it again. That'll be the next thing. That should fix that invalid key exception. Or the key not found exception. I need to take a look at my... I wonder why it didn't return those. Oh. This. That is no longer a thing we're caring about. At least not for this. Also, I need to look at my glowing particle thing, because I think I fucked it up earlier. Just a comedy of errors today. And we're gonna do that. Okay, good. They're targeting different graves now. Need to look into this. Because I'm pretty sure that's Ichor that's getting dropped. I think I can say confidently, though, that the key exchange works. That's a weird idle issue. but they no longer target the same graves, so it's doing exactly what I want it to. Gravediggers need to not be colliding with each other, but that's an easy fix. I think we just disable their collider. In here. Yeah. That way we can check for collisions, but we don't care about them. We don't care about collisions at 1 for these guys. That'll work. And then I need to check their movement state. What's the return true? Any target does not equal vector 2.0. Okay. And Gravedigger idle should just idle. Like the mage idle. So let's swap its idle state here with quick load, idle, mage. Mage idle works a little differently, but it's kind of similar. It's kind of the same. They just vibe. The difference is that the default idle state has them actually go to a point. I don't want these guys to. I just want them to vibe wherever the hell they are. I should look into this, because that's kind of behaving odd. I would expect it to finish quickly, but not like what it's doing. Yeah, see, that's Icar that's not showing for some reason. I think the animation player might be getting stuck. Yeah, I need to look at that. I think I need to just remove like the sampler 3D from that shader. I think is the issue. Why are you... Okay, well, that's almost better. Not quite, but almost. Why are you not using... Okay, let's check the animation settings for idle. Clear queue and idle. What's your idle animation? Okay. There's no other case for idle. And then play idle. Now, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to search idle and check out mage state, which just activates and returns true. But then does nothing. Right? Oh, that's right. Ah, so we do need a new state for these. We'll create a new folder. We'll rename that to Gravedigger. We're going to create a new class. It's called idle. It's going to be a public class. It's going to inherit from idle. I think this needs to be a public partial. Override. True. Oh. Oh no. Well, that's not good. Everything good? Everything looks good. Alright. We need to go into this and declare that this is virtual as well. And then we can just override it here. Activate with float delta. And then we're just going to peek the definition real fast and pull out. Private, is it extern? How do I access that? Instead of private, do I do internal? It is internal. And this just needs to have using Godot in it. All right. now I think that that'll work. And we can go ahead and erase those using statements we don't need. Close these. And then down here, we'll quick load in idle, but not mage. We're loading in the Gravedigger's idle. Hit Alt B real fast. Now I may have to go back and change that in a lot of places. Hopefully I don't. But I might have to go change that in everything that has idle. So let's go ahead and check the night real fast. That'll be an easy one to look at. Okay, cool. That's fine. Alright. Only reason I was concerned is because sometimes whenever you modify a variable that's already been set somewhere, Godot has a habit of freaking the fuck out and just nulling it out. Which is usually fine, but... Alright. If this works, we'll go back and fix cards next. Okay. Next wave, I'm going to go in and change this so that it's, I have way more Gravediggers. The kind of cubic flames actually almost look cool. Okay. So now let's do this. Instead, this will let us summon way more of these. And now they're kind of vibing. Okay, so small issue. Not really an issue because they are doing what they're supposed to. They are only targeting one grave at a time, and each one's only targeting one, which is good. That's exactly what we wanted to happen. The other thing that we should do, though, is we should have it check if it's a closer digger or not. And if it is, then kick the other one out of the grave. Be like, nah, bro, I got this. And have it take over. That would work fine. Right. That way we don't end up in situations like this. Because technically they're closer to graves. They should just go get them. That's easy enough, though. I think all we have to do is when we spawn a Gravedigger in, we add it to a list. We just add it to a dictionary. So let's keep track of all the grave diggers, and then in their despawn, we'll have them remove themselves. We're setting the names using this, right? Yeah, so target dist and then digger name. Okay, now we just need to make sure that in the grave we're not setting those outside of whenever the grave is dug. Yeah, less than or equal to 0. Yep, so only when the digger is dug do we actually do it. We will remove this. Should probably remove this too, I think, because I think we set that now over here. That's fine. I don't think it's necessary, but it is fine. Yeah. And this is the this digger name, grave.digger name, this grave.name. We'll do gravedigger.name. All right. Cool. So now we've got that. That should match up. We can then go and create a gravedigger manager. And then it's just going to be a public static class called gravedigger manager. It's going to have a public static dictionary string to gravedigger. Wrong gravedigger. This will just be in scripts. No, it's not that one though. Okay. We'll call this diggers get private set. It's going to be equal to this, just an empty one. And then I think that's all, because then in gravedigger, that's the animation settings. And gravedigger, in its ready function, we'll just override ready, public override underscore ready, base.ready, because we do want to run the base.ready, but then we want to do the gravedigger manager dot diggers dot add, and then we need a string in, so name this, right? That'll be this node's name, whatever it spawned in with, which should match up. And then in here, we do else if. We don't need to do this. That's unnecessary. Value.targetable. Okay. Here's where it's going to change. So we'll do this. This will get brought into its own if statement. then we'll go up here, open that up, this, go over here. Now, if the value is not targeted or the gravedigger.key is equal to value, do that. Else, if value dot global position dot distance to, it's already targeted by something, so it has a value grave digger manager dot diggers value dot digger name dot global position must be less than temp. Greater than temp. We want to know if it's greater than temp. All right. Then, so that's its distance to its current one versus its distance to this one. Then we need to do target is true, digger name is equal to this grave digger's name, key is equal to this key. Okay, so we would just need to remove its key. I guess we could also do or this. But we'll do that. And then I want to break actually on this. And then down here in despawn, we should do gravedigger manager dot diggers dot remove this, or well, just pass in the name. Right, I think that that'll do it. Let's see what broke. That should, I think, do it. I think that'll give us think that'll tell them to retarget if need be. Actually, do that. We'll fix this positioning if this works. Well, that one had a seizure for a moment. I think it ended up in the middle between two graves. Nope. It's sorting itself out eventually. It's not panicking the way I'd expect. Those are dug. I think this is definitely the most bones I've had in a single run like this. Definitely don't think I'm going to win this round. Do think I'm gonna lose. Yeah, that's me lost. That makes sense. Alright. Well, cool. That's closer to what I want. Oh. We had a bunch of errors. Key was not present. What was the key? Interrupt vector 2. Your name is initialized, right? Vector type. Where is it? There it is. It's not initialized. That should be initialized. There. Try get value. Can I just discard that because I don't need it? Do I need to do out new Gravedigger? Let's try that. Wonder why, though. Let's do that. There we go. Do this. Pass. Yeah, like that. Try to get as many as possible, as fast as possible. Every grave is dug. I think we're still fine. Yeah, we're on wave 3. Also, I don't see them wigging the fuck out anymore. Do that. This. What we're gonna try and do is get 1 per grave. And a backup. I think now I just can automatically dig graves. I think that's what that means. I think I no longer worry. Oh, that's nice. God, I'm glad I fixed that. So now they'll actually properly target graves and stuff. Well, I guess we'll fix the card placement code next. Now that these guys all do what they're supposed to, that's amazing. Those calculations are kind of expensive. I guess the grave already has to be closer, so it's not that bad. And we're doing lookup via a hash map, so it's really kind of okay. Right? We have value.targeted gravedigger .key equals value.key. And this just allows us to keep targeting it. Yeah, that should be okay. I think that's fine. Yeah. All right. Let's go back to looking at the cards. Why the fuck are they off again? Hi, cat. Lights respond manager targeting overlay. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you cold? There's a cat here. You okay? Search card. I think it's the catalog. It's one that does that. How sad. Card width plus margin. Card. 992. Real quick, let's look at this. I'm cold too, buddy. I understand. I get you. So second one got placed dead center. Okay. Let's do 3 cards. I'm betting 3 cards is off by a half a card. Nope. Nope. Okay. Okay. That should be fine then. I feel like I test these and it works, and then I test them again and it doesn't work. And it's very, very annoying. It's quite infuriating, honestly. That's okay, though. One, two, three. Looks fine. Now we'll check 4. Two, three, 4. Even number looks good. Now we'll check 5, and then we'll check 1 again just to be sure 1 is fine. There really won't be many runs where you do a 1-card run, I don't think. Oh, we'll do 1 first, I guess. Good. All right. Now I want to go into my notes. I'll mark those as done. That's completed now. I don't know that this is necessary anymore. Well, I guess we'll look at the cards because I want to, well, let's look at that shader. Let's look at that shader I fucked up. Glow shader, final color, intensity, color, undercolor. Light, glow, glowing particle. UV, and then this doesn't need to exist. Now we should be able to check that. Grab a gravedigger, grab a heal, a fireball, a firebolt, and a mage. Sounds like the beginning of a bad joke. Okay, that's back to looking normal. That's all normal. Should look into that. Also, I don't think these should go up quite so far. I think they should go up that far. I'm watching them up here and I'm seeing them wiggle periodically. I wonder if it's just like getting, because it seems to happen when they're between graves. I wonder if it's whenever there's a midpoint. Let's see. Maybe we should do... we can do say this is false. I don't really need to set it there, but the end of this, if closer target, then the grave is not null. But what I do need to do grave dot digger name equal to that. Double check myself. We need to do We won't need to do this bit here, but we would need to do it up here. Otherwise it's false and we just found a closer one. Damn it. Alright, I don't see them doing the wig out thing anymore, which is good. Nah, why? But that fixed that issue. I don't have to uncheck everything, or anything. we call Doug? I'm gonna have it check. Maybe that'll catch those. Sorry, I wanted to check something. God, that's moving fast. And that's just not doing it. was the wrong button, but it's fine. Both of these happened on all three of them. How? I'm half tempted to just add it to the ready function. Or not the ready function, but the process function. We will try again. If that doesn't work, we'll try again, and then again, and again, and again. Oh good, I fixed that. Instinctually clicked where I had the firebolt. should swap out that gravedigger for something else. And that's another bug that needs fixed at some point. We'll go ahead and remove these. Add them back in. Mages are kind of OP, at least right now, so I can actually win a little bit with these while I think about what we're gonna do next. And do this. And I'm not seeing any issues with the graves anymore. They're all refilling the way they should. And the gravediggers are moving to dig them as they should. And they're not getting caught up on targeting or any of that, which is cool. Which we can see sometimes, like, one will catch it earlier than another, and it'll start to move. And then immediately it'll stop because one of the ones that was closer took control. It would be kind of neat for them to have like little personalities somehow. Like, I don't know how I would necessarily implement that, but it would be neat. Have them shout stuff from like a dialogue bubble or something. That could be neat. What I mean by mages being kind of overpowered. I should add a game state check for the dragging function. Because right now it doesn't do one. And we end up in that weird situation where after a wave ends, if we're dragging something, then it ends up wherever the continue button is at the start of the next wave. This is a little much. What's our spawn limit now? I also should... Okay, so it was maxed out. I kind of assumed it was maxed out. It maxes out pretty fast because the gravediggers can move so quickly and you can just massively increase your bones. Wasn't watching to see what wave we were on. Nice, though. Cool. That's all doing what I expect now. I don't like that I had to add that to the process function, but it is what it is. Loading stuff. Let's go into our utility. Is it in here? Is it this? Must not be. Oh, I think I did that in the entity. I should have looked. Yeah. That was me having it print out the its location and the grave's location so I could see what ones it was targeting. Not really necessary now. All right. Let's check and see what this is at. That's completed already. I just needed to add it to the list. Anything else major that we've done today aside from fixing the card placement offsets and the gravedigger targeting functions? Alrighty. I think that's all for today. Yeah, because this isn't going to be too difficult, but it's going to involve, this has to be done after I update the lighting system, and the lighting system update's going to be a pain in the ass because I have to write a shader from scratch. Oh. That's also done. Just had to be finished, marked as done. Let's see. Like tomorrow we might end up adding some of the other spells. Start working on some of that. Could be interesting. Especially Locust Swarm. Locust Swarm I think is really easy to add because I think all we're going to do is do a particle, like an 8x8 particle that's just solid white. In fact, we'll go ahead and make it. And then we'll do slightly darker color. Something like that. And then maybe like some antenna, right? So there's our locus, and then we'll just use a particle effect in a circle for that, and it'll be a dot. So it'll be our first time implementing something like a dot. That'll be kind of fun, right? Yeah. And we'll just do that on area entered and area exit. On area exit, we'll remove it from the list. Yeah. Go ahead and save this. This is just the locus particle. Ah, Jesus. Hi. You scared me. I am considering pretty heavily on adding some roguelike mechanics. There's also Blood Boil we should probably start looking into implementing too. Blood Boil is going to be interesting because I have to write a shader for that. Oh, well, a shader include, and then need to add it to the enemies. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. I'm considering heavily playing with like roguelike and skill tree elements in this game, especially the more I've been sitting around and playing like Diablo 4 in the evenings. It's tempting. But yeah, I think I'm going to cut it off here for today. Thanks for watching.